station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe, working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Vapor, Todd, Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew-9's going home.
Station on the big loop. Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified enabled. To Crew-9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home.
Crew-9, and this is Zach. I wish we could spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you, so safe travel, Godspeed.
And for crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew-9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked.
Love you guys.
So an exchange of poignant words between the Dragon commander, Nick Hague, as well as the Crew-10 crew, the newly arrived Crew-10 crew members, Anne McLean, Takoya Onishi, and Don Pettit, offering their best wishes and Godspeed for a safe return to Earth on Tuesday afternoon for the quartet aboard the Dragon Freedom. Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, undocking occurring just about 5 minutes ago at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, coming up here in the next minute or so will be the spacecraft's exit from what is called the keep-out sphere. That is the first imaginary line between the space station and the departure corridor for the Dragon itself. That will be followed by Dragon maneuvering to a Sun communications pointing orientation and to enable better communications between the tracking and data relay satellite system and Dragon's communications capability itself. The approach ellipsoid exit, that basically is the end of integrated operations, where Dragon will cross that imaginary line to move beyond the neighborhood of the station, as it were, is scheduled about 14 minutes from now. The departure 1 burn now complete, all nominal.
Depart burn 1 nominal. Your go to doff suits per procedure 4.012, and a final reminder that the big loop will be deactivated following Dragon's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Copy. We did depart 1 burn, and we are good to doff suits. That's in work momentarily. We'll expect to go off big loop when we get outside the field, sir.
That's a good readback, Freedom.
With all the Freedom thrusters operating in perfect fashion, the acknowledgement by the spacecraft communicator in Hawthorne to Commander Nick Hague aboard Freedom that the crew has been given the go-ahead to get out of their entry suits for the time being, get into more comfortable clothing as Dragon continues its traverse away from the International Space Station. This will continue throughout the course of the overnight hours into tomorrow afternoon, a series of pre-programmed maneuvers that will enable Freedom to be in a position for its deorbit burn on Tuesday afternoon. That deorbit burn is scheduled to take place at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver to enable Dragon to slip out of orbit. Its velocity slowed by 53.2 meters per second, enabling it to begin its high-speed entry back through Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted splashdown off the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of America at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
Station and Houston, on the big loop, Dragon has exited the keep-out sphere.
Station copies.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop. Dragon
acknowledging
has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift path. Configure comm for Dragon to ground in preparation for big loop deactivation. I'm Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop. Premature call. We have exited the keep-out sphere but are still in the approach ellipsoid.
SpaceX Freedom, come check on the hidden light.
Freedom, we have you loud and clear. How us?
With Dragon having crossed the keep-out sphere, next major milestone will be the exiting of the approach ellipsoid to depart the neighborhood of the station. With that, we'll toss it for the moment back to Hawthorne and Veronica and Sandra.
Thanks so much, Rob. As Rob just mentioned, we are now waiting for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid, also known as AE, which is another imaginary shape, this time a three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, in the same family as the keep-out sphere. It's one of several safety zones set up to govern visiting spacecraft, either arriving or departing the station. Before moving into the keep-out sphere or the approach ellipsoid, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for a set period of time, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering.
That's right. And that approach ellipsoid, once we get past that milestone, will be something that we call the end of integrated operations. And integrated operations means that we are talking to each other on the big loop. So we did hear those communications back and forth. The big loop is essentially not only the crew on the International Space Station, the crew in Dragon, but also both Mission Control Houston and in Hawthorne. Hence the name The Big Loop, because they're all working together to make sure that they have common communications during some of these dynamic portions of flight. So again, we are standing by for approach ellipsoid exit at 10:24 p.m. Pacific time. And on your screen there, we are getting a view of Dragon from the International Space Station, now quite a bit smaller than when we just saw a few minutes ago, undocking at 10:05 p.m. Pacific. Also in the line of sight there, we have a small view of the Canada arm, which is a robotic arm that helps do some maneuvering and is utilized a lot during spacewalks on board the International Space Station. So to recap, the hatches between the International Space Station and Dragon were closed earlier today at 8:05 p.m. Pacific, 11:05 p.m. Eastern. Since then, the crew has settled in and is working to take off their spacesuits for their 17-hour journey back to Earth. The joint NASA and SpaceX teams did, of course, poll go to proceed with undocking, and that undocking command was then sent at 10 p.m. Pacific, followed by umbilical retraction and hooks opening, with physical separation taking place at 10:05 p.m. Pacific, as the space station and Dragon were traveling 261 statute miles off the coast of Guam over the Pacific Ocean. Dragon then completed 2 of 4 departure burns and has exited the keep-out sphere, and we are now just minutes away from Dragon crossing the approach ellipsoid to set the spacecraft and Crew-9 up for their path back to Earth. Again, Dragon is targeting to splash down off the coast of Florida in the Gulf at 2:57 p.m. Pacific, 5:57 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, March 18th, marking the completion of a long-duration science and research mission.
Great views right now on your screen of Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California.
It looks like we're starting to get maybe some views there of Dragon as well. These views are being controlled by one of the flight controllers in Mission Control Houston called Cronus, and they help to make sure that the cameras are in position to view not only visiting vehicles that are arriving and departing, but also help to ensure that cameras are in position to get great Earth views, ensure that perhaps if we're flying over a natural disaster like a hurricane or a wildfire, they are ensuring that those great cameras on board the International Space Station are being put to good use to capture all of the science and research that we can aboard the microgravity laboratory. And, you know, fun fact, actually, the International Space Station will be celebrating 25 years of continuous human presence this November. So if you are younger than 25 years old, you have never known a day in your life where there was not a human being living and working aboard the International Space Station.
That is so cool to me. It's just this amazing step forward for human exploration in space.
And with that, we're going to check back in with Rob Navius at the Johnson Space Center one more time. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Sandra. You mentioned that continuous presence on board the International Space Station. We are approaching the point of the approach ellipsoid exit, which will mark the end of integrated operations with the International Space Station and the flight control team here in Houston. Just a reminder, on board, 7 crew members representing 3 nations: Alexei Ovchinin, the station commander, and his Roscosmos colleagues Ivan Wagner and Kirill Peskov, Anne McLean, Nicole Ayers, and Don Pettit of NASA, and Takoya Onishi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Ovchinin, Wagner, and Pettit are next up to depart the station on April 19th. They are scheduled to return home to the steppe of Kazakhstan and a parachute-assisted landing on April 19th U.S. time, April 20th in Kazakhstan. Before that happens, another NASA astronaut, Johnny Kim, along with 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, will be launching from Baikonur on April 8th, as that continuous presence of researchers on board the International Space Station continues unbroken. Sandra?
And thank you so much, Rob, for that update. We really appreciate you joining us here as you spent your evening in Mission Control Houston. Again, we are continuing to get these views following Dragon's undocking from the International Space Station at 10:05 p.m. Pacific time. That sets us up for a splashdown tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Florida. And so we did mention that the crew was busy with a lot of science and research investigations during their time on board the International Space Station. That really is the whole point of the International Space Station, is to conduct science and research investigations, eventually leading to longer duration missions to the moon and then on to Mars.
We're, of course, standing by for any further communications from Crew-9 on board Dragon Freedom at this time. But it's a great opportunity for us to comment on some of the amazing science that Crew-9 conducted while they were on board the station. In total, Crew-9 completed more than 150 experiments, conducting over 900 hours of research. Following their splashdown tomorrow, some of those time-sensitive experiments will be among the first offloaded off the capsule and then returned to various research facilities across the country so that the science can continue.
And in addition to that science, they also completed a few spacewalks, one of which was to actually swab the outside of the International Space Station for microorganisms to see if anything might potentially be able to survive the harsh environment of space, which is pretty interesting. Another one was a spacewalk to remove a radio frequency group, or the RFG. NASA astronaut Sunny Williams was able to successfully remove that, which was a big milestone for NASA. And as you mentioned, over 530 hours specifically dedicated to NASA science between NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. So that just goes to show the great use that the microgravity lab has for science and research on the ground.
I still can't get over that fact that you shared that it has been almost 25 years of continuous operation on board the ISS. That's amazing.
Yes, over 270
Station
people.
on 2 for PMA 3 closeout photos.
Go ahead, Ann.
I just downlinked the card with all of the PMA 3 and IDA and Dragon Hatch photos, as well as Crew-9 departure. Those are on SSC 17.
Copy, 1-7.
And just want to clarify, also on 17, I did a whole cell series of kind of inspection documentation photos before departure, and then a series after departure per the instructions. So 2 different folders with before and after photos.
We copy.
And that was the voice of NASA astronaut Ann McClain, who is still on board the International Space Station, stepping through procedures with the ground to wrap up after undocking, taking some photography of the hatch that the team on the ground will inspect, make sure everything checks out just fine. So we are awaiting the confirmation that Crew Dragon Freedom has exited the approach ellipsoid. We're expecting that here in just a couple of seconds here, really. So we might hear that call out here shortly.
And again, if you're just joining us, the approach ellipsoid is a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the keep-out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours again, even if it lost all maneuvering.
That's exactly right. So we'll continue to stand by for that. Now, you may be wondering, what will the crew be doing during their 17-hour phasing? You did hear the call out earlier that they had to go to doff or take off their spacesuits. So they'll get settled in, have the opportunity to have a meal, and try and get some sleep before their targeted splashdown off the coast of Florida tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow afternoon. So we are looking forward to seeing them splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow. So continuing to stand by for that approach ellipsoid exit. Should be hearing the call out any moment now. And that will really end the portion of integrated operations between the space station, Dragon, Hawthorne, Mission Control, and Mission Control Houston as well.
Freedom, SpaceX on the Big Loop. Dragon has now exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift path. Please make sure that comm is configured for Dragon to ground.
And SpaceX Freedom on Dragon to ground. Understand we're out the approach ellipsoid, 24-hour freedom.
good confirmations there, both from Mission Control and Dragon.
And again, we did hear confirmation that Dragon Freedom has now exited the approach ellipsoid, or AE, which is that imaginary shape that's three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the keep-out sphere. So one of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call that 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. This means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, again, even if it lost all maneuvering.
With that, Crew-9 has officially departed the International Space Station. As Sandra mentioned, it will take them about 17 hours until they make their way back to Earth. So the crew is currently settling, as Sandra mentioned, for a little bit of dinner, or maybe get their suits off before they take some time to rest before returning to Earth. Dragon is, of course, targeted to splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow at 5:57 p.m. Eastern, 2:57 p.m. Pacific on March 18th, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by a SpaceX recovery vessel. As they rest up, our teams here will continue to keep an eye on the weather to ensure a safe return for Dragon and our Crew-9 astronauts.
And though our coverage here in Hawthorne today is wrapping up for now, we will turn it over to the NASA team in Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew-9 mission. Our friends at the Johnson Space Center will provide continuous live audio-only coverage along Crew-9's journey home until we rejoin tomorrow. You can find the audio-only link by visiting nasa.gov/live and clicking the mission audio link, or by searching for NASA Mission Audio Live Feed on YouTube at go.nasa.gov/live-ISS.
Meanwhile, we'll rejoin you for live visual coverage starting roughly 1 hour prior to splashdown at 1:45 p.m. Pacific. As always, you can find mission updates on X at NASA, at SpaceX, and on the web at nasa.gov. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you and our Crew-9 astronauts soon.
Finding the perfect dress, strappy heels, and jewelry takes so much effort. पर Amazon पे it's totally effortless.
इस त्योहार Amazon पर मिले wear it with suggestions on top fashion brands ताकि fashion हो effortless.
हर पल fashionable.
And on screen, that is a view from the International Space Station. That is Soichi Noguchi suiting up.
He and Shannon Walker will go ahead and suit up outside, and that's Aki Hoshide next to him. That's the new space station commander. Command was transferred over to him from Shannon Walker, who's also departing today, and Walker will have probably already suited up at this point.
So as we wait, we can see a lot of astronauts continuing to help Soichi. It looks like they're taking photos. You'll notice a lot of picture taking throughout this process. A lot of those are sent to ground to help inspect seals or potential FOD that may be in hatches, but it looks like he is going up into the zenith port. And in that space where another astronaut is going right now, that is where the Dragon capsule that will depart today is currently parked. And that is Soichi going through the APAS hatch and the vestibule into Dragon.
We've got some cargo stowage right there as well. Love getting those final photos with your crew members in space. The next time they'll all see each other is when those crew members return to Earth as well. So I think it could probably be kind of hard to leave your friends after spending almost 6 months on board with them. And there's NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough, who just arrived a week ago on the Crew-2 mission. He's helping them complete their checks ahead of hatch closure and undocking today.
And also part of the Crew-2 astronaut, that is Thomas Pesquet with his hand on the blue rail. He's also going in to see if he can help as well.
Pesquet also arrived a week ago, and he was the first European Space Agency astronaut to fly on board Crew Dragon. Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover, you can see inside the capsule, getting our first look of the day inside Crew Dragon Resilience. Victor Glover there at the top of your screen. He and Hopkins will suit up shortly. Looks like they might be getting some final pictures.
So the hands that you see closest to your screen, that is from astronaut Shannon Walker. Again, the mission specialists don their suits before ingressing. Commander Mike Hopkins and pilot Victor Glover will don their suits after hatch closure.
And it looks like they were just doing just that, closing that forward hatch.
So what Mike and Victor are wearing are essentially comfort garments. It's like athletic wear that they will wear underneath their suit.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop, all hooks open and nominal.
Dragon copies, we see separation.
Mike Hopkins there confirming what you're seeing on the screen. Dragon moving away from the International Space Station.
Dragon separation visually confirmed.
And SpaceX concurs.
That undocking taking place at 7:35 p.m. Central Time, 5:35 p.m. Pacific, while the station and Dragon were 260 miles above Mali. That wraps up Crew 1's stay on the International Space Station, begun in November, and puts them on a path.
SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0, complete, nominal burn.
Advanced copies, we see the same.
And confirmation there of the first of several good burns taking place. Again, there are 2 undocking burns that occur almost back to back, and those will be followed by departure burn 0. That's the first of 4 departure burns, known as, again, departure burn 0. It's a short firing of the Dragon's Draco thrusters, lasting 16 seconds and increasing the Dragon's speed by just under half a mile. That gets Dragon flying away from the space station and sends it on a trajectory that will take it up and around the space station.
Resilience departing. Have a safe trip back home and the soft landings.
Mission firm resilient. Thanks for your hospitality. Sorry we stayed a little bit longer. We'll see you back on Earth.
Be back in a couple months.
This is another view of Dragon, getting a little bit of light. Again, you can see the windows right above the red and green lights.
This is a cool picture of Dragon. You can see the capsule down toward the bottom of your screen, and then the trunk near the top. And on the trunk, on the white side, that's the radiator. It helps radiate heat. And I love this glow right now. The sun is coming up on the space station and onto Crew Dragon.
Oh, that is cool.
This view inside Crew Dragon Resilience looks like Victor Glover's in the background over there, getting a bite to eat. And it looks like we have people in the seats, but not quite. Those are just the suits.
I had to take a second look because I thought that they were also in the suits as well. They are hooked up to the umbilicals and we're drying, and we got confirmation a few minutes ago that the drying has been complete. But yes, I took a quick second because one of them had the visors down. I saw, or maybe it was the backdrop of the back of the helmet, but
yes.
The suits are in place. There's no one in them right now. The crew is, looks like they are chatting about or getting ready for the next departure burn. And now we have views of the interior of Crew-9. We just saw Mike Hopkins, the commander, and to his side is Victor Glover, to his right-hand side.
In front of them, those are those 3 touchscreen displays that allowed them to monitor the status of the vehicle, where they are in orbit, and the next steps coming up during this process of their return to Earth. And then on the left, you can see Shannon Walker there relaxing in her seat. And the far right is Soichi Noguchi, JAXA astronaut. These 4 crew members scheduled to splash down in just about 2.5 hours. Looking forward to welcoming them home after 6 months aboard the International Space Station.
And the team recently donned those suits. In about 15 minutes here, they're going to perform suit leak checks. They will close their visors and make sure that there are no leaks in the suits. In case of a depressurization event, the suits do inflate and provide some level of protection and a habitable environment for the astronauts. Again, these suits are custom made for each of the astronauts and designed in-house here at SpaceX. They are a one-piece suit. Everything is integrated. The helmets, the gloves, the boots are all part of that one-piece suit, and the astronauts really just climb in and start zipping things up. The helmet itself is made of 3D printed nylon, and that white material on the exterior is bleached Teflon, and there are also some gray pads as well, and that is Nomex, which is related to nylon, but it has a couple of different properties, some chemical resistance as well as temperature resistance.
This Wi-Fi. Time to act. Bad connection ruining your game night. Switch to a smarter Wi-Fi. That is huge. Full home coverage made easy with Act Smart Wi-Fi.
All protein powders are not high quality. इसीलिए मैं हमेशा रेकमेंड करता हूं ऑप्टिमम न्यूट्रिशन का गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड 100% वे, जिसमें वे प्रोटीन आइसोलेट प्राइमरी सोर्स है। जब आप वे प्रोटीन आइसोलेट को कॉन्सेंट्रेट से बनाते हो तो उसे फिल्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस से गुजारना पड़ता है, जिससे उसके अंदर का कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स, लैक्टोज, फैट्स और कोलेस्ट्रॉल निकाल दिए जाते हैं, जिसकी वजह से वो बहुत ही प्योर फॉर्म में आ जाता है और बॉडी को जल्दी रिकवर करने में सपोर्ट करता है।
This view right now is from the International Space Station. That white dot in the center of your screen is the Dragon capsule, and the crew is inside there, and we're continuing to adjust the cameras, but it continues to make its way back towards Earth.
But yes, just an amazing view for us to get to see this image of Crew Dragon still in space, counting down to that beginning of re-entry. It all happens very fast once that begins. And this view from our WB-57 aircraft with its thermal imaging cameras, we will be looking for the Crew Dragon to come into view, and there you can see it in the entry of Earth's atmosphere, Crew Dragon continuing its journey home.
Oh, and that is just a fantastic shot. That is the Dragon re-entering the Earth's atmosphere as it leaves that trail behind. And then again, that illumination is from all of that heat that is building up due to friction of just the re-entry speeds of Dragon when it meets the Earth's atmosphere.
And that view coming from the boat, Go Navigator, Crew Dragon continuing, as you said, to enter Earth's atmosphere. So having these two views right now, with it being a nighttime splashdown, pretty exciting that we're getting two good views upon reentry into Earth's atmosphere.
So we are waiting for confirmation that the drogue chutes have deployed. We are expecting them to deploy any minute now.
And it looks like those might be our drogue chutes.
Visual 2 chutes.
SpaceX from Resilience, we show good drogues.
SpaceX copies and concurs nominal descent right on 2 drogues.
Continuing to hear good news after good news. 2 drogue chutes have deployed. Everything looks nominal, and we're slowing the Dragon vehicle down. We are expecting the 4 main chutes to deploy within the next minute.
And those 4 drogue chutes. Oh, you can see them being pulled out now.
Visual on 4 mains.
And Resilience copies, and we see a nominal descent rate.
SpaceX copies and concurs nominal descent rate.
And this view coming from the WB-57, very clear image of those 4 main parachutes, slowing the vehicle down to what will be about 16 miles per hour prior to splashdown just off the coast of Panama City, Florida. If it were daylight, we would have an image of those 4 beautiful parachutes being orange and white, and still getting these incredible views, even though we are in a nighttime splashdown.
And what a view we have here. Even though it's nighttime, we have some great visuals of Dragon there with its 4 main chutes deployed, slowly coming back to Earth.
And SpaceX, we show nominal descent rates, 200 meters, brace for splashdown.
SpaceX copies, brace for splashdown.
And there are the boats starting to chase after Dragon to begin their recovery operations as soon as Dragon lands. And I don't know if you can hear the applause, but we have visual confirmation of the Crew-9 Resilience capsule.
From Resilience, this excellent news. We are splashed down. The pyros have fired. We're water.
SpaceX copies and concurs. We do see mains cut as well.
So this was the primary site that we landed on off the coast of Panama City in Florida. We did have an alternate site off the coast of Tampa. There was an equivalent amount of personnel and hardware and ships ready to perform the same type of recovery operations in the event that Dragon had to choose that site over the primary one. But things continuing to go smooth.
And we did get a report that the crew is feeling well inside the capsule, just what we wanted to hear. Of course, they will still have that private medical conference, and they will still receive medical checkouts once they arrive on Go Navigator. But amazing preliminary news that the crew reports that they are feeling well. And that's quite a feat in itself, to be feeling well after 6 months in microgravity and to return to gravity. So great news all around tonight with the return of Crew Dragon Resilience.
Yeah, it's quite surreal that about 7 hours ago, this capsule was traveling at over...
And Dragon, stand by for side hatch opening and egress.
Okay, Solo, we are standing by. Hey, and while I'm thinking about it, Solo, for SpaceX and the NASA teams, on behalf of Crew-9 and our families, we just want to say thank you. We want to say thank you for this amazing vehicle resilience. We said it before the mission, and I'm going to say it again here afterwards. It's amazing what can be accomplished when people come together. So finally, I'd just like to say, quite frankly, you all are changing the world. Congratulations. It's great to be back.
And Hopper, thanks so much. You've got a round of applause here in Mission Control. And from all of us, it's truly been epic working with your team from early development through splashdown of the world's first long-duration spaceflight, human spaceflight. Your crew is really a tribute to resilience's name. We wish you all happy reunions with your families and loved ones. And thanks again for flying SpaceX.
Thank you, Solo. Thank you all.
And here is, I think that's Mike Hopkins, the commander. He's very excited.
Feeling pretty good after 6 months in space.
This is just excellent to see the astronauts coming out of the Dragon vehicle. So we're just off the coast of Panama City, Florida, and the hatch has been opened. There was some materials that were removed. It looks like the seat rests were removed, or the footrests were removed. And now we just saw the commander, Mike Hopkins, exit the vehicle, do a little bit of a dance.
Finding the right linen shirt with matching chinos, a leather strap watch, takes so much effort. But Amazon Pay is totally effortless.
इस त्योहार Amazon पर मिले wear it with suggestions on top fashion brands ताकि fashion हो effortless.
Amazon, हर पल fashionable.
कहीं झटपट भागे, कहीं फटफट दौड़े, हर गली गली मौजूद है, देखो चल पड़े जिंदगी के हीरो है.
This is Shuttle Launch Control, T-minus 3 hours and holding. Here's our commander, Chris Ferguson. He's in the suit-up room. He's having a fit check of his helmet. He's our commander on this flight, and going over to pilot Doug Hurley. This is his second trip into space. He completed his first space flight on STS-127, and he's logged more than 376 hours in space. And here is Mission Specialist number 1, Sandy Magnus. This is her third space flight. She spent more than 4 months in space aboard the International Space Station. She flew on STS-112, logged 11 days in space, and then 4.5 months after being on board the space station as a member of the Expedition 18 crew. This is Rex Walheim. He's our mission specialist number 2. He's making his third space flight. He's spent more than 24 days in space on STS-110 and STS-122, and he's had 5 spacewalks totaling more than 36 hours. And he's served very effectively as the chief of the EVA branch. So the crew now is finishing their suit-up activities, and they are scheduled to leave for the launch pad in just about 25 minutes. And here they come. Crew going down the elevator where they'll be greeted by employees from Kennedy Space Center and members of the news media. This is the same elevator that's been used by the astronauts ever since Apollo. And there they go, escorted by NASA security. There'll also be a helicopter flying overhead. It's about a 20-minute ride out to launch pad 39A. This is shuttle launch control, T-minus 2 hours, 31 minutes, 5 seconds, and counting. The flight crew is now in the white room of the orbiter access arm. Members of the closeout crew are in the white coveralls, and the astronauts, of course, are in the orange pressure suits. The closeout crew will be assisting the astronauts with their helmets and other equipment as they enter the orbiter.
This is an incredibly experienced and dedicated team that gets the people on the orbiter, and Travis is in charge of the whole thing. And not only is he in charge of this one, but he's in charge of the whole closeout crew. We can see here Chris Ferguson getting put into his seat. And the folks that are helping him get into his seat there are the number 2. If you can see the number 2 on him is Randy Brezhnik. He's actually a Marine Corps colonel. He's one of our astronauts. You can see him in the one screen. And Randy is actually getting on there to help out with the communications checks and all those kind of things. But the guy running the operation is Drew Billingsley, who's number 3. And you can see him kind of climbing all over there. If you look in the view there, you can see Chris Ferguson right in front of us, and kind of behind to the right, kind of leaning over is Randy Brezhnik, number 2, and now disappeared from sight is Drew Billingsley. He's called the flight deck crew insertion technician, the one that gets him on the upstairs. Born in Santa Monica, California, and grew up in Huntington Beach. Served in the U.S. Army. He's been in this role for a long time. He was initial suit tech in STS-86 back in 1997. What they're doing as they go through here is, as Chris gets in the seat, there's probably about 9 different connections that need to be made, both to the vehicle itself as well as within his own gear there. And as you can see, we're pretty much, as astronauts, just hanging back and letting them do it. The best thing we can do is let these professionals do their job. So you can see Chris is just concentrating on getting his hands out of the way and making sure that Drew has access to what he's working over on the right there is his liquid cooling. You've got all the straps that have to come around. It's a 5-strap harness. You have to get the parachute, which is what you're seeing there. Randy has the close one, and Drew has the far one. You got the parachute straps that are waiting for you. The parachute's already in the seat when you get in. They put those over the side and they connect those in. You'll see a real good shot of that right here. You'll see them connected into the straps that Chris is already into, that he came in with his chest strap and everything. So that gets connected there, and they're essentially doing all these connections to make sure he's nice and snug in there and all ready to go. So you talk about the 2 guys in there. Drew is this is be his 11th mission. I'm trying to remember Randy, and this is Randy's first one as the number 2. So this is the first time he's actually inside the vehicle doing this setup here. So I'm sure he's having a lot of fun.
And this looks like Doug Hurley.
Yes, it'd be Doug Hurley going in, Marine Colonel. He is flying as a pilot on this flight. This is his 2nd flight. Flew a few years ago on 127. And he's being helped there. You can see the guys out in the white room to get everybody ready to go. Number 4 there is Renee Arians. He's another longtime member. And by the way, all the guys that we've talked about so far are USA employees, other than Randy Brezhnik, of course, who's the astronaut. But Renee has been with the United Space Alliance for a long time. 27 years in the space program. He's been for 40 launches. And he's just doing a great job for us. He's been the OVCC. He's actually had Travis Thompson's job. Travis is number 1. There's only about 3 or 4 people that are qualified to do that job at any one time, and Renee is another one, but in this flight he's actually filling the number 4 role. And so he does a great job with it. He's going to be the hatch technician when they close the hatch and take care of all that stuff.
Now, you mentioned Randy Brezhnik. He's the ASP, right? Astronaut Support Person.
Yep, it's called Astronaut Support Person, yeah.
When does he get on board? He gets on fairly early, doesn't he?
He does. He comes out and gets everything prepared inside the crew cockpit before the crew gets out there and make sure that all their gear is in place. There's a lot of things they don't bring with them. They don't carry out with them that we take out for them. And I did this job quite a while ago, and there's a lot of things you take out there, get ready. You essentially triple check the cockpit to make sure everything's in place. You can see Drew there working with Chris Fergie's communication gear. That's the white line that's coming down. It's actually from the back of the helmet that connects into the system, but that's the line that communication comes through. So you see that wraps around a couple times. And the black piece of gear we call the hot dog there, that's the quick disconnect. Everything that he's being strapped into the shuttle with has a quick disconnect, so they can just pull things instead of having to tightly undo things. Everything just has a quick pull that they can take apart in case they would have to get out. If there's some kind of emergency at the pad and instead of launching they're going to have to get out, there's a bunch of quick disconnects you pull, so they can just, for Chris, he would roll to his right, drop down on the MS2 seat, which not Drew, but Randy Brezhnik is kind of on over there on the left. He would drop down on the seat down there and then get out of the vehicle. So that's part of the reason why it takes so long, is because everything's an intricate thing. You don't want anything to be tangled up. You don't want anything that can slow the crew member down if they need to get out of the vehicle. So.
And this is Sandy Magnus. She's our mission specialist number 1. So when she gets in, I think she's going to be on the flight deck in the aft right seat.
Step 628.
That's correct. We got a good view of it now.
They are complete.
Doug has gotten in from the middeck, and you kind of have to go in through the middeck through the hatch, and in the middeck you kind of take a right, about a 90-degree right. You have to go through the ladder access, which normally when you're vertical you'd be climbing the ladder. In this case you're going right, and then you actually crawl on the aft panels, and you can see that Randy's actually standing on the aft panels there as he gets folks ready to get in the vehicle. So we've got things down there that protect the aft panels, certain place where you can stand. Like you notice, for instance, Randy's not standing on the switches. We can't stand there. But it's kind of intricate. You have to weave your way around, and so you come in the hatch, you turn to your right for about 90 degrees, go about 5 feet, you drop down to the aft panels, aft lower panels of the flight deck, and then you climb up on the Mission Specialist 2 seat, and then you have to get yourself up in the pilot or commander seat. So these are the hardest 2 seats to get into, and it's kind of a monkey bar thing. There's a grip up there that they grab with their hands, and then they put their feet up there, and oftentimes you'll see the technicians, either Drew or Randy, helping them get their feet up there and get all situated. And then the critical thing is getting yourself on the parachute correctly. You want to get yourself all the way down in the seat as far as to the seat pan as you can, because the shoulder straps of the parachute can be quite painful if you don't get those a little bit loose. So you want to make sure you're as far down in the seat pan as possible. So you'll see a lot of adjustments here where they're pushing on them and pulling on people and getting them in the right place. And it's kind of a manhandling task. Obviously with the suit weighs a lot. It usually weighs about 50 to 60 pounds. And so they're carrying a lot of extra weight, and it's bulky, and it's hard to get where you want to go. And that's why we have so much extra help in there for these guys. This job is almost impossible to do yourself on the ground. On orbit, it's pretty easy. You just have to set things up, and you're floating, so it's a lot easier. You can move around a lot more readily, and the bulkiness doesn't hurt you nearly as much when you're in zero-G.
CMT and MT adjustment is complete. Ready for IMU platform positioning. Copy that.
Next milestone is a check of the orbiter's flight controls.
TLS is go for purge sequence 4.
And there will be a steering check of Atlantis' 3 main engines. Verifying now that the main engines are in their start position.
TLS is go for ET LO2 pressurization.
Starting now the retraction of the gaseous oxygen vent arm, the vent hood.
TLT OTC, clear caution warning memory. Verify no unexpected errors.
Fuel cells going to internal. External tank camera being activated at this time.
OTC, PLT, no unexpected errors.
Copy that. Flight crew OTC, close and lock your visors and initiate O2 flow.
That's in work.
T-minus 2 minutes.
TLS is go for ET LH2 pressurization.
Solid rocket booster cameras being activated. T-minus
30 seconds.
Sound suppression water system is being armed. T-minus 1 minute. But oxygen and liquid hydrogen fill and drain valves are closed. T-minus 40 seconds, handing off to Atlantis' computers at T-minus 31. T-minus 35, 33.
Clock will hold at T-minus 31 seconds due to a failure.
And we have had a failure. Grand launch sequencer.
We had a problem on the GOX retract switches. NNTDSC, go ahead. Yes, sir, we need guys to go do the verification per the LCC, please. All right, CMAC?
Yes, CMAC. The LCC says we need to verify using a camera, and we're positioning camera 62 right now.
Okay, let us know as soon as 62 is swung over and you can verify LCC for GVA retract, please. And all personnel, we're holding here 31 seconds while we
Get a verification that the GVA has fully retracted per our pre-plan.
This is CMAC. We verify retracted.
Okay, and you can verify that it is fully retracted per the instructions that we've been that we developed, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and SPE?
And NTD, SPE concurs. They satisfy the requirements of GSE 13 pre-plan contingency. I am go.
Okay, I copy. And launch director?
Yes, sir. I heard all that and concur. Press on.
All right, very good.
NTD, ST.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I need concurrence to GLS and mass to clear the hold, please.
Very good. And GLS, you have concurrence? Go.
Copy that. It's in work.
Thank you. Let us know when that's complete.
NTD, we have it in work.
All right, guidance.
And just a reminder for folks, our lock turn back hold time is 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
NTD, CTLS on 212, we're ready to go.
All right, very good. And launch director, with that cleanup, we're going to go ahead and proceed.
Yes, sir. Please do.
All right, and all personnel, we are going to pick up the clock here momentarily. And GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
Copy that. Countdown clock will resume on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
E-minus.
Go for auto sequence start.
Handoff to Atlantis' computers has occurred. Solid rocket booster nozzle steering check and work.
20.
Firing chain is armed.
15.
Go for main engine start. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. All three engines up and burning. 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. The final liftoff of Atlantis on the shoulders of the space shuttle. America will continue the dream.
Program, Houston.
Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Houston now controlling the flight of Atlantis. The space shuttle spreads its wings one final time for the start of a sentimental journey into history. 24 seconds into the flight, roll program complete. Atlantis now heads down, wings level on the proper alignment for its 8.5-minute ride to orbit. 4.5 million pounds of hardware and humans taking aim on the International Space Station. 40 seconds into the flight, the 3 liquid fuel main engines throttling back to 72% of rated performance in the bucket, reducing stress on the shuttle as it goes transonic for the final time. Engines now revving up, standing by for the throttle up call.
Atlantis, go at throttle up, no action, DPDT.
Go with throttle up, no action on DPDT.
That call from Capcom Barry Wilmore, a transducer, instrumentation only, no action required. Atlantis now 15 miles in altitude, already 16 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center, 1 minute 40 seconds into the flight. Atlantis flexing its muscles one final time. Atlantis traveling almost 2,600 miles an hour, 21 miles in altitude, 24 miles downrange, standing by for solid rocket booster separation. Booster officer confirms staging a good solid rocket booster separation. Guidance now converging. The main engine steering the shuttle on a pinpoint path to its preliminary orbit. 2 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. Atlantis already traveling 3,200 miles an hour, 35 miles in altitude, 50 miles downrange. The propulsion officer reports the orbital maneuvering system engines have ignited. Atlantis kicking on its afterburners for 1 minute, 23 seconds for the final phase of powered flight.
Atlantis, 2-engine TOW.
2-engine TOW.
That call from Capcom.
Single pane day, so in the event of contingency, your in-plane plus 230 on the eCal page. No com VIs when you're ready to copy.
Okay, in-plane plus 230, go ahead.
Press to ATO, 10.8. Press to MECO, 14.7.
Press to ATO, 10.8. Press to MECO, 14.7.
That's a good read back, Atlantis.
Because of the slightly late launch time, Capcom Barry Wilmore reading up to pilot Doug Hurley the updated abort boundaries for Atlantis, which is flying on the singular power of its 3 liquid fuel main engines, draining a half a ton of fuel per second from the shuttle's large fuel tank. 3.5 minutes into the flight, Atlantis traveling 4,200 miles an hour, 54 miles in altitude, already 120 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. 3 good main engines, 3 good auxiliary power units, 3 good fuel cells for Atlantis.
Atlantis, negative return.
Negative return.
That call from Capcom Barry Wilmore indicating that we're too high in altitude, too far downrange to return to the launch site in the event of an engine failure. However, Atlantis' 3 engines performing perfectly. 4 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. Atlantis currently traveling 5,500 miles an hour, 62 miles in altitude, almost 200 miles downrange. 4 minutes of powered flight remaining. Atlantis speeding straight as an arrow toward its date with the International Space Station Sunday morning. Coming up on the 5-minute mark. Atlantis now traveling 6,500 miles an hour, 66 miles in altitude, 250 miles downrange.
Atlantis, press to ATO.
Press to ATO.
That call indicating we can make minimal orbital targets in the event of an engine failure. All 3 engines continue to function normally. Atlantis will begin its slow roll to a heads-up position shortly. Five and a half minutes into the flight. Atlantis traveling 7,700 miles an hour, 315 miles downrange.
Atlantis, single engine, ops 3.
Single engine, ops 3.
And the guidance officer here in Mission Control confirms that the computers are commanding the main engines to swivel.
Engine Zaragoza, 104.
Single engine Zaragoza 104.
We've rolled to a heads-up position now, providing better communications to the tracking and data relay satellite system as Atlantis heads uphill. 6 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight.
Atlantis, press to MECO.
Press to MECO.
That call indicates that we can make our normal orbital cutoff targets in the event of an engine failure. However, all 3 main engines continue to function normally.
Nominal. Fergie, go the plus X, go the pitch.
Nominal shutdown plan. Go for the plus X, go for the pitch.
That call indicating that we will be in good shape for the orientation of Atlantis for external tank photography following main engine cutoff. Now 7 minutes into the flight. One minute, 20 seconds till main engine cutoff. Atlantis traveling 12,000 miles an hour. The main engines will soon be throttling down once again to limit the stress on the shuttle and its 4 crew members to that of 3 times the effective gravity. Atlantis currently traveling at a speed of more than 4 miles a second. 1 minute of powered flight remaining for Atlantis. 3 good main engines, 3 good auxiliary power units, 3 good fuel cells. Approaching the 8-minute mark into the flight. Atlantis now traveling more than 15,000 miles an hour. Eight minutes, 15 seconds into the flight, standing by for main engine cutoff. That'll be followed a few seconds later by the separation of the external fuel tank. Booster officer confirms main engine cutoff. For the last time, the Space Shuttle's main engines have fallen silent as the shuttle slips into the final chapter of a storied 30-year adventure. Now standing by for external tank separation. Atlantis off the tank. Commander Chris Ferguson will be maneuvering Atlantis now into an orientation to enable Sandy Magnus to capture digital still imagery of the external fuel tank as it drifts away.
So OMS 1 is not required. Your preliminary OMS 2 TIG, 37 minutes.
37 minutes, no OMS 1 required, thanks.
And 20 seconds.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff. Vehicles pitching downrange. Booster chamber pressure is nominal.
All right, we're more than 30 seconds into flight. Telemetry showing 33 out of 33 engines as it's pitching downrange.
Booster, chip, avionics, power, and telemetry nominal.
Hearing good call-outs on the ship and booster avionics. You just heard the rumble hitting us about 6 miles away. Watching Starship arc into just endless blue skies right now.
Vehicle supersonic.
More than a minute into flight, the vehicle's supersonic.
Max Q.
So we just passed through max Q. That's the greatest stress the vehicle is going to experience on the way uphill. Reminder that all of our teams down here on the ground are now looking at systems on the tower. They just did a manual check through. That's going to inform that manual flight director's decision. Next moment coming up, though, is going to be hot staging. Don't take your eyes off it. It's one heck of a light show.
What a gorgeous ascent.
6 ship engines getting ready to ignite. That's going to happen while we're still attached.
We can still see the ship's engines from the ground.
Got a little under 30 seconds away from that. We are hearing good call-outs on the tower preparedness from the manual checks. Reminder, though, we've still got automated checkouts on the booster and the ship itself. But as of right now, our manual checks and our manual commanding is looking go for a catch.
Booster engine cutoff.
That is incredible news. We just heard the call out for booster engine cutoff.
Engine startup.
Most engines cut off, down to those
Stage
middle
separation.
3.
Cruise port press startup.
All right, hot stage confirmed. We've got a booster hopefully on our way back to us, and a ship now making its ascent burn into space. How's it going in Hawthorne, Jesse?
It's great over here. You can hear the crowd screaming for every milestone. The booster is now making its way back down to Earth. Looks like we have 12 of those 13 engines ignited. We're using the engines that actually gimbal.
We are go for booster return.
An excellent call out there. We are go for booster return.
Avionics, power and telemetry nominal.
There's a lot of criteria that needed to line up to ensure that we could have a safe booster catch, and it sounds like we got the go for that. And there you can see on your screen, we had we just jettisoned the hot stage, and there's a great, excellent view there of the hot stage floating away from the super heavy booster. Now we've shut down the engines for that boost back burn. That confirms boost back burn is now complete. That was the first of 2 burns required for the vehicle to make its way back down to Earth. And next coming up will be the landing burn. That's going to be 13 of those center engines igniting again. And that will then go down from 13 down to 3 engines just right before we touch down for that booster catch. Now, reminder, our stage 1 objectives are to have a controlled ascent, stage separation, as well as a controlled boost back burn and hot stage as well. So we're looking good for that so far. Some great views there from the ship of Earth. That looks incredible. Now, Starship's ship is still firing its engines right now.
Starship trajectory nominal.
And great call outs. Starship trajectory is nominal. You can follow along the telemetry, the altitude in the bottom left-hand corner for the super heavy booster, as well as the bottom right-hand corner for the ship. And these views are just amazing. Again, the booster is currently making its way back to the tower today. So we're looking forward to a booster catch with the chopsticks. And in the meantime, you can see those grid fins there, helping to control the vehicle and guide it back to its landing site.
Booster FTS is saved.
Now with that, we're going to hand it back. How's it going over there, Dan and Kate? How are you doing, Kate? Seeing that in person?
Dan had to take that entire segment because I couldn't talk. That was incredible.
There it is.
We can see the booster coming back in now through the plume. At least it looks that way to us. It's incredible that it basically returns. It looks like a speeding, just like this silver flare coming back to the. Once again, we are standing by for attempting to catch the booster at the tower. This would be the second tower catch.
Booster landing
burn. Seeing 13 engines.
Booster now hovering as it aligns with the tower for catch.
Booster coming in. Get ready for that boom, Kate.
Down to 3 engines.
Booster landing burn shutdown. Megazilla has caught the booster.
You heard it here. Megazilla has caught the booster.
Once again, for the second time, a successful catch by the launch tower. This is the same tower, the launch pad, where that booster took off from just 7.5 minutes ago. Great view from the chopstick arms, looking at those hypersonic grid fins that steer the booster for that precision landing. It almost looks like it's flapping its wings.
Yeah, you can see just how small that catch fitting is, too, on something that's just so massive.
That was absolutely insane.
Meanwhile,
we're not done, but wait, there's more. Wow, that is just absolutely stunning. And this, of course, a gorgeous view there from the tower looking down at the top of the booster.
All right, and we are tracking.
Now we're standing by for views from the ship, but who can take their eyes off of that incredible sight? That is once again the second catch of a booster back at the launch tower. It was incredible to see it come back down, just this silver flare in the sky. And we can still see the launch plume behind us, and wow, that we definitely I can't speak for you, Dan, but that was very moving for me.
Yeah, and right now you can see some of the telemetry on those ship engines has gone out, and we're waiting for an update on what our ship status is. We were approaching that ship engine cutoff time, so just waiting to hear. So obviously we've got booster back, booster on the launch tower in the chopstick arms, but we are waiting to get an update now on the ship. As we were expecting ship engine cutoff about 40 seconds ago. We saw some of those engines start to go out prior to that point. And so right now we are just standing by to try and get the latest word on where we are with ships. So stick with us for just a couple of minutes as we wait to hear some updates.
Now, if you just recently joined us, you might want to hit rewind and go back about 9-10 minutes ago to when Starship lifted off from the launch tower that you see there. We had a gorgeous ascent followed by a stage separation where the ship separated from the super heavy booster. The booster performed a flip maneuver and returned back to the Gulf Coast here. There you can see it on your screen. Obviously a successful catch back at the launch tower, which is something that we were all hoping to see and really couldn't ask for a more beautiful background with those blue skies and blue water there. As Dan said, we are standing by for an update on the ship that had ignited its engines and started making its way up to space. So standing by for more info on that. But wow, what an experience to see that take off and for that booster to come back. You can see it there up close on your screen to the place that it launched from. Once again, there were thousands of catch commit criteria, which is basically just all the things that we have to assess and evaluate and basically make sure that they are make sure that everything is clear and acceptable conditions, both on the vehicle side as well as the tower side, in order to enable that catch. So obviously from the last two flights that we have done, where the Flight 6 we attempted but had to divert into the ocean, and then on Flight 5 we did have the first ever successful catch of the booster. We used the learnings of those two flights to hone in that catch commit criteria, and we saw success today, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah. And just a quick status check. So we currently do not have comms with the ship. So trying to figure out exactly when that happened and exactly what happened. So obviously the flight controllers right now going through their data, looking to make sure it's not anything instrumentation on the ship, but actually try and get us a status. So again, we're gonna keep listening in on this. We'll give you an update as soon as we have a little bit more. So for now, stage 1 back in the tower, waiting to find out a little bit more about stage 2. All right. So if you are just tuning in, we caught a booster, but we are still waiting to find out a little bit more on the ship. So it had successfully separated. We did that hot staging maneuver. We did see all 6 of ship's engines on the way uphill during its ascent. But as we were getting to the end of that ascent burn, we saw engines dropping out on telemetry, and we have since lost contact with the ship. So again, we're still listening in on the loops, trying to figure out how much we can get right now. But again, stick with us. We'll bring you updates as soon as we hear them. Really exciting. We were able to catch the booster today. Obviously, we want to get the ship all the way over to the Indian Ocean. May not be able to do that at this point, but we'll give you some updates as soon as we hear a little bit more about the ship.
For those that didn't catch earlier, this was a new version of the ship. This was its debut flight. So a lot of learnings here for sure as we continue to tune in and listen in with the teams and try to gather more information to understand where we stand with the ship. But as Dan mentioned before, teams are trying to make sure that it's not an instrumentation error. We want to find out if it's, did we just lose communication or did something else happen with the ship? So teams are actively working, trying to figure out what we can find out, and we're continuing to listen in and find out more information to share as we can. But as we said before, and you can see it there on your screen, what a beautiful, beautiful sight to see another booster back at the launch tower.
What President Kennedy said was, we choose to go to the moon and do other things, not because it's easy, but because it's hard.
The cost of failure is much higher than the cost of scrubbing. We have an obligation to get this right.
This is a whole new vehicle, a whole new technology, a whole new purpose of going back to the moon in preparation to go to Mars. And yes, it's hard.
The countdown to T-0 starts approximately 2 days before launch. Teams inside the Launch Control Center have been working around the clock, powering up each section of the rocket and configuring the launch pad to support the 8.8 million pounds of thrust our moon rocket will generate at liftoff.
It is a new creation. It is a new rocket and a new spacecraft to send humans to the moon on the very next flight.
Today, we make history. With the launch of the most powerful rocket the world has ever seen, we are taking the first step in humanity's return to the moon.
I can tell you there's an energy and there's an excitement around the Kennedy Space Center, I would say, across the agency and all around the Space Coast as we get closer and closer to this launch.
This mission will validate that the rocket and capsule do perform as expected before future Artemis missions send astronauts to the lunar surface.
We have worked really hard to get here. The team has done an absolutely outstanding job, and we're up to the challenge, and I'm really looking forward to a successful test flight.
You are looking at the world's most powerful rocket and Orion spacecraft live on Launch Pad 39B. Artemis 1 embodies the hard work of thousands across the world determined to explore for the benefit of all. I'm Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron.
When I first walked up and saw the view from the desk here, I was just blown away.
This is the moment when it comes to the countdown, and then tension starts, and well, let's cross fingers, everything works well. Tension is rising, and we are fully excited here.
Over the past few years, teams have put in...
On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together
to make this day possible. And for the Artemis generation, this is for you. At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis 1.
This mission goes with a lot of hopes and dreams of a lot of people. It's no longer the Apollo generation. It's the Artemis generation. And that brings a whole new world of discoveries.
T-minus 50 seconds and counting.
The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Well, if you're just joining us, welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we just watched Artemis 1 launch, our first step towards our next adventure into deep space.
With Orion off the ground, Mission Control in Houston takes the reins. Our nation is returning to the moon.
And we have worked hard as a team. You guys have worked hard as a team for this moment. This is your moment. It is not by chance that you are here today. So I want you to look around at this team and know that you have earned it. You have earned your place in the room. You have earned this moment. You have earned your place in history.
The successful launch of SLS is just the beginning. Orion will spend the next several weeks journeying around the moon, sending flight data back to teams here on Earth for real-time analysis. During its mission, Orion reached speeds traveling about 30 times as fast as the speed of sound.
This dramatic video of the Earth-Moon transit that took place showed and punctuated the fact that we were pressing away from our home planet to a distance of some 268,000 miles away from Earth, further than any human-rated spacecraft had ever traveled, for a spacecraft designed to return humans to Earth, eclipsing the mark set by the Apollo 13 vehicle back in 1970.
After several weeks of flight, it was time for Orion to return home.
A half-century later, NASA's newest moon explorer, the Orion spacecraft, is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit. Now less than 2 hours away from splashing down in the Pacific Ocean west of Baja, California, to complete its shakedown mission.
Like the Apollo missions of the past, Orion will have to endure incredibly high temperatures during re-entry of Earth's atmosphere.
A journey that began with the power of the launch of the Space Launch System 25.5 days ago, about to reach its final minutes in the searing heat of re-entry, where temperatures around Orion will build up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
While re-entering Earth's atmosphere, the spacecraft slowed to about 300 miles per hour. As it continued its descent, Orion's parachute system, containing 11 total parachutes, deployed once it reached approximately 9,000 feet and a speed of about 130 miles per hour.
And there it is, high over the Pacific, America's new ticket to ride to the moon and beyond now in view. Orion under its chutes descending toward splashdown.
These parachutes help slow the crew module to a much more manageable speed, roughly 20 miles per hour, for a water landing off the coast of California.
Splashdown. From Tranquility Base to Taurus Littrow to the tranquil waters of the Pacific, the latest chapter of NASA's journey to the moon comes to a close. Orion, back on Earth.
We've got a perfect view, a front row seat to the Orion splashdown. And it's simply beautiful out here. That is a human-rated capsule that went around the moon and returned and is now in the Pacific Ocean.
I think I can speak for the whole dive team that we're honored to be part of history and to be part of something so monumentous, and just ready and excited to go out and do this.
When Orion was deemed safe to approach, team members jumped into the water and attached hardware that steadied the capsule.
What we do at NASA really is all about collaborations, and the collaborations that we've had with the Department of Defense in particular over the past many years, their hard work and their dedication as they went through a great deal of planning, hardware development and processes, and a lot of practicing to get to this point and make it look easy.
And that team, made of a combination of NASA and Department of Defense personnel, has put in years of work to make sure that they were ready.
Melissa Jones, the recovery director, just came from outside the ship's control center where she was monitoring and, of course, managing her team in the midst of this recovery. So, Melissa, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's been a long time coming. We've been working this mission for a while, and we've done a ton of training. And every time you do training with a mock-up capsule, you don't have any of that. You don't have parachutes. You don't hear it coming back to the atmosphere, the sonic booms and all of that kind of stuff. And today that actually happened. It's just amazing.
This mission, this spacecraft and this team exceeded all expectations. For the last 25.5 days, we've been every day looking ahead to the next flight to see how we can improve on where we are today so that we can fly a safe and successful mission with our astronauts next time around.
Once stabilized, the team secured the spacecraft with hardware and rope assemblies and towed it to the Navy ship. The dive team then connected Orion to a series of ropes from inside the back of the ship, known as the well deck, to safely and securely pull the capsule inside. With Orion safely secured inside the ship, teams made their way to Naval Base San Diego, where the capsule was offloaded and prepped for its cross-country trip back to its home base, Kennedy Space Center.
This is really the start of a campaign of several missions to get humans back to the moon and beyond to Mars. So there's still a lot to be done, and this is just the beginning.
Kennedy just Apollo generation.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out.
And said that we were going to achieve what we thought was impossible.
Of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
Many things have happened since, but we knew we were going back. This is the program of going back to the moon to learn, to live, to invent, to create in order to explore beyond. Oh, it's a new day. A new day has dawned, and Artemis generation is taking us there.
Here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all 4 RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. And you're seeing there on your screen our first Earth views. This view of Earth captured from a human-rated spacecraft not seen since 1972 during the final Apollo mission some 50 years ago. The views of our blue marble in the blackness of space now capturing the imagination of a new generation, the Artemis generation. At 6:44 a.m. Central, just about 9 minutes and 30 seconds ago, commands were sent for the outbound powered flyby burn to occur with the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, or OMS engine, on board Orion, which sends Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft once around the moon toward entry into distant retrograde orbit. Following this, Orion will remain in the distant retrograde orbit for 1/2 elliptical orbit around the moon, which will last about 6 days.
Now to distant retrograde orbit, or DRO. We're going to be about 38,000 miles away from the lunar surface as we orbit around. That's part of why we're calling it distant. And we call it retrograde because the moon orbiting the Earth in this direction, and then we're entering into our orbit in this direction. Opposites, retrograde. Now we're choosing this orbit because it's extremely stable. It doesn't cost a lot of fuel to maintain your position there, and that gives all of our engineers, our flight controllers, the chance to really learn about Orion systems in deep space. We'll learn about flying a spacecraft farther than we've ever sent one intended for humans. We're going beyond anywhere we ever went for Apollo. And so we're in that orbit, test out all of those systems. Eventually we'll do a maneuver to break out of that, do another flyby, and come home.
We're continuing to get some spectacular views from the Orion spacecraft. From this view, Orion is 1,277 miles above the lunar surface following its return-powered flyby burn, which sent it around the backside of the moon. Orion now has its sights set on home. This view is from one of the solar array wing or SAW cameras on board the vehicle. The vehicle now over 1,680 miles away from the moon. And that small sliver towards the bottom of your screen, that's here, that's home, that's us. And that is where Orion is headed next.
"50 years ago today, Apollo 17 Commander Gene Cernan and Lunar Module pilot Jack Schmitt guided Challenger to a pinpoint landing on a barren rock-strewn area of the moon called Taurus Littrow. A half-century later, NASA's newest moon explorer, the Orion spacecraft, is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit, now less than 2 hours away from splashing down in the Pacific Ocean west of Baja, California, to complete its shakedown mission that has opened a new era of deep space exploration." Thank you, Philip. And again, a live view of Orion closing in on planet Earth, now about 11,000 miles away from Earth, as it continues a very, very precise trajectory for a splashdown that is scheduled at 11:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Central Time this morning. Now just 1 minute away from crew module, service module separation. We'll be standing by for confirmation of that from the 10 seconds until SEP. We have confirmation of separation. Orion flying on its own. Again, the separation occurred right on time at 11 a.m. and 11 seconds Central Time, with Orion 3,200 statute miles away from Earth. The European service module has done its job. Just 1 minute away from entry interface. And this view from the cabin camera Looking out of the upper hatch of Orion, you can see the limb of the Earth. We're going to be losing all of the data here shortly once we enter into the Earth's atmosphere and begin the first of the 2 blackout periods. Again, this is a visualization of what should be happening with Orion at the moment, although we are in a blackout period that should end about 3 minutes and 15 seconds from now. And we have data from Orion. Orion out of the blackout period. Flight Dynamics reports that Orion is right on the money, coming right down the pike. A good view out of the cabin camera looking out of the upper hatch of Orion. We should be performing the skip entry maneuver momentarily. Good communications established with Orion. This view on the deck of the USS Portland. And there is a view out of the cabin camera of Orion as it continues a series of role reversals. We have data back from the spacecraft. Flight Dynamics reports Orion straight and narrow on a true course toward its splashdown site. Forward bay covered jettisoning less than 3.5 minutes from now. $150,000 feet off the ocean. Orion now traveling at Mach 10. Orion now at 50,000 feet. The forward bay covered jettisoning pyros are armed. $25,000 feet. Drogues have been deployed. Two good drogue shoots reported by the recovery team out in the Pacific. The descent rate is right on the money. Orion's velocity now down to 282 miles an hour. Range to splashdown 1.5 miles. 10,000 feet now. And we're on mains. 5,000 feet. Reefing in progress. 3 good main chutes for Orion. We have 3 fully inflated main chutes. Time to splashdown 90 seconds. Perfect descent rate reported. And there it is, high over the Pacific, America's new ticket to ride to the moon and beyond now in view. Orion under its chutes descending toward splashdown. Orion in the perfect orientation for splashdown, just seconds away. (1,000 feet). Good descent rate. (500 feet). Splashdown. From Tranquility Base to Taurus Littrow to the tranquil waters of the Pacific, the latest chapter of NASA's journey to the moon comes to a close. Orion, back on Earth. Orion is in great shape, stable 1, just in the orientation that had been expected.
And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all 4 RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. And you're seeing there on your screen our first Earth views. This view of Earth captured from a human-rated spacecraft not seen since 1972 during the final Apollo mission some 50 years ago. The views of our blue marble in the blackness of space now capturing the imagination of a new generation, the Artemis generation. At 6:44 a.m. Central, just about 9 minutes and 30 seconds ago, commands were sent for the outbound powered flyby burn to occur with the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, or OMS engine, on board Orion, which sends Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft once around the moon toward entry into distant retrograde orbit. Following this, Orion will remain in the distant retrograde orbit for 1/2 elliptical orbit around the moon, which will last about 6 days.
Now to distant retrograde orbit, or DRO. We're going to be about 38,000 miles away from the lunar surface as we orbit around. That's part of why we're calling it distant. And we call it retrograde because the moon orbiting the Earth in this direction, and then we're entering into our orbit in this direction. Opposites, retrograde. Now we're choosing this orbit because it's extremely stable. It doesn't cost a lot of fuel to maintain your position there, and that gives all of our engineers, our flight controllers, the chance to really learn about Orion systems in deep space. We'll learn about flying a spacecraft farther than we've ever sent one intended for humans. We're going beyond anywhere we ever went for Apollo. And so we're in that orbit, test out all of those systems. Eventually we'll do a maneuver to break out of that, do another flyby, and come home.
We're continuing to get some spectacular views from the Orion spacecraft. From this view, Orion is 1,277 miles above the lunar surface following its return-powered flyby burn, which sent it around the backside of the moon. Orion now has its sights set on home. This view is from one of the solar array wing or SAW cameras on board the vehicle. The vehicle now over 1,680 miles away from the moon. And that small sliver towards the bottom of your screen, that's here, that's home, that's us. And that is where Orion is headed next.
50 years ago today, Apollo 17 Commander Gene Cernan and Lunar Module pilot Jack Schmitt guided Challenger to a pinpoint landing on a barren rock-strewn area of the moon called Taurus Littrow. A half-century later, NASA's newest moon explorer, the Orion spacecraft, is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit, now less than 2 hours away from splashing down in the Pacific Ocean west of Baja California to complete its shakedown mission that has opened a new era of deep space exploration. Thank you, Philip. And again, a live view of Orion closing in on planet Earth, now about 11,000 miles away from Earth, as it continues a very, very precise trajectory for a splashdown that is scheduled at 11:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Central Time this morning. Now just 1 minute away from crew module, service module separation. We'll be standing by for confirmation of that from the 10 seconds until SEP. We have confirmation of separation. Orion flying on its own. Again, the separation occurred right on time at 11 a.m. and 11 seconds Central Time, with Orion 3,200 statute miles away from Earth. The European service module has done its job. Just 1 minute away from entry interface. And this view from the cabin camera, looking out of the upper hatch of Orion, you can see the limb of the Earth. We're going to be losing all of the data here shortly once we enter into the Earth's atmosphere and begin the first of the two blackout periods. Again, this is a visualization of what should be happening with Orion at the moment, although we are in a blackout period that should end about 3 minutes and 15 seconds from now. And we have data from Orion. Orion out of the blackout period. Flight Dynamics reports that Orion is right on the money, coming right down the pike. A good view out of the cabin camera, looking out of the upper hatch of Orion. We should be performing the skip entry maneuver momentarily. Good communications established with Orion. This view on the deck of the USS Portland. And there is a view out of the cabin camera of Orion as it continues a series of role reversals. We have data back from the spacecraft. Flight Dynamics reports Orion straight and narrow on a true course toward its splashdown site. Forward bay cover jettisoning less than 3.5 minutes from now. (150,000 feet off the ocean). Orion now traveling at Mach 10. Orion now at 50,000 feet. Forward bay covered jettisoning pyros are armed. $25,000 feet. Drogues have been deployed. Two good drogue chutes reported by the recovery team out in the Pacific. The descent rate is right on the money. Orion's velocity now down to 282 miles an hour. Range to splashdown 1.5 miles. 10,000 feet now. And we're on mains. 5,000 feet. Reefing in progress. Three good main chutes for Orion. We have three fully inflated main chutes. Time to splashdown 90 seconds. Perfect descent rate reported. And there it is, high over the Pacific, America's new ticket to ride to the moon and beyond now in view. Orion under its chutes descending towards splashdown. Orion in the perfect orientation for splashdown, just seconds away. (1,000 feet). Good descent rate. (500 feet). Splashdown. From Tranquility Base to Taurus Littrow to the tranquil waters of the Pacific, the latest chapter of NASA's journey to the moon comes to a close. Orion, back on Earth. Orion is in great shape. Stable 1, just in the orientation that had been expected.
Subscribe for more space.
Welcome to Space to Ground. I'm Sandra Jones. For the 273rd time, humans ventured into the vacuum of space in support of the assembly, maintenance, and upgrades to the International Space Station. 2 NASA astronauts had an office with a view during the first spacewalk of the year. On Thursday, NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams went for the walk of a lifetime, on a spacewalk, that is. The duo floated out into the vacuum of space and worked together to replace a rate gyro assembly that helps provide orientation control for the station, installed patches to cover damaged areas of light filters for an X-ray telescope called NICER, or the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer, and replace a reflector device used for navigational data on one of the international docking adapters. Additionally, the pair worked to check access areas and connector tools that will be used for future maintenance work on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. This was the 4th spacewalk for Hague and the 8th for Williams. Can't get enough of those out-of-the-world views during a spacewalk? Tune in to see more of them as 2 NASA astronauts venture outside the space station hatch yet again. On Thursday, January 23rd, Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore will remove a radio frequency group antenna assembly from the station's truss and collect samples from outside the space station, focusing on sites near life support system vents to examine whether the spacecraft releases microorganisms, how many, and how far they may travel. This research could help determine whether changes are needed to crewed spacecraft, including spacesuits, used to explore destinations where life may exist now or previously existed, and to limit the spread of human contamination. Wilmore and Williams will also prepare a spare elbow joint for the Canadarm2 robotic arm in the event it is needed for a replacement. You can tune in live beginning at 6:45 a.m. Eastern on NASA Plus. Multiple destructive fires broke out in the hills of Los Angeles, California in early January. Several major wildland fires fueled by a dry landscape and winds that gusted up to 100 miles per hour have destroyed thousands of structures and prompted officials to issue evacuation orders for thousands of people in several parts of the region. Powerful Santa Ana winds and a lack of rain created critical fire weather conditions in Southern California, according to the National Weather Service. Although windy conditions are typical this time of year, the lack of rain contributed to the dangerous fire weather. As the frequency and severity of wildfires increases worldwide, experts need reliable models of fire susceptibility to protect public safety and support natural resource planning and risk management. Researchers demonstrated that data from the space station's eco-stress instrument has played a significant role in the ability of machine learning algorithms to predict wildfire susceptibility. Eco-stress measures water use efficiency and other plant water dynamics on Earth. Researchers report that water use efficiency consistently emerged as the leading factor in predicting wildfires, along with evaporative stress, which impacts overall plant moisture. As always, we invite you to visit nasa.gov for more stories, blogs, updates, and media broadcasts. And that's Space to Ground for this week. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next week.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Butch. Happy birthday to you.
Ready more with peanut butter honey cake.
Yeah. Wow.
A spacewalk is one of the most difficult and exhilarating tasks an astronaut can do while in space. They are very technical and highly choreographed. But how do you train to work in weightlessness while on the ground? It turns out you can use a swimming pool. Astronauts train underwater to simulate the weightlessness of space, and to help with this work, NASA needs divers. Get ready to make a splash on this episode of Working at the Johnson Space Center is more than just rocket science. At Cosmic Careers, we take a look at some of the many other jobs that make human spaceflight possible. I'm here at the Sonny Carter Training Facility to learn how scuba divers help astronauts train for spacewalks. Here at NASA, we have simulators and mock-ups of nearly everything that astronauts will experience or interact with while in space. But the one thing we can't easily simulate on the ground? Microgravity. To train for these rigorous and painstakingly planned spacewalks, scientists and engineers have come together to create the closest environment possible. The Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's a 40-foot deep diving tank that contains a full-size mock-up of most of the International Space Station, as well as an area that simulates the surface of the moon. Here's how it works. When a suited astronaut enters the water, they must first go through what divers call a way out. Divers will put either weights or foam floats into pockets all over the spacesuit to give the astronaut that weightless feeling, as if they're in space. This state, where the astronaut neither sinks to the bottom nor floats to the top, is called neutrally buoyant. Hence the name Neutral Buoyancy Lab. And it's currently the best method available for astronauts to train for spacewalks. NASA has a long history of using water to train for space missions, and divers have always been an essential part of that training. Beginning with the Gemini program in the 1960s, NASA discovered that spacewalks were more difficult than anticipated, and training underwater is just what they needed to help astronauts prepare for microgravity. The Neutral Buoyancy Lab is now the third and largest pool used for underwater training here in Houston. But the Sonny Carter Training Facility is home to so much more than a pool. It's also where NASA teams refurbish and refit spacesuits for underwater use, painstakingly maintain diving equipment, and assist in designing, building, and installing full-size mock-ups of ISS modules. This, along with dive-ready versions of all the tools, hardware, and gear you might need in space, gives the astronauts the ultimate spacewalk training experience. And divers are a critical part of it all. In order to learn more about the people that make this out-of-this-world training possible, I met with two members of the dive team, Emily Cox and Riley Holmgreen. They agreed to show us what goes on behind the scenes at the NBL and give us an idea of what it's like to be a diver for NASA.
Open water certification. And I think that's cool for the dive team because we come from all walks of life. We have scientific divers like me, divers on the dive team with military affiliations, Navy divers, Navy SEALs, commercial divers, recreational divers, instructors, all across the board. So I just find it really cool that all these people can come together, and the main thing that unites us is our dive experience.
To support spacewalk training, there are 4 divers for each astronaut, covering 3 positions. 1 video or float diver who has an underwater camera so the test team on the surface can see what is going on. 2 safety divers who monitor the astronaut at all times, watching for malfunctions and ready to act in case of emergencies. And a utility diver who is responsible for making sure that tools and test equipment are where they're supposed to be.
When I get into the pool to dive with the astronauts, I feel excited. I feel like I'm part of the mission. I feel like I'm part of the team that's helping these astronauts to succeed and fulfill their mission.
During our visit, Emily got to do something a little different. She got to be the astronaut. As part of egress training to get the astronaut out of the water as quickly and safely as possible in an emergency situation, Emily donned a spacesuit so that her fellow divers could practice these important procedures.
There are things that we have to be constantly aware of and vigilant of. So during egress trainings, we will practice emergency scenarios. What if your subject passes out while they're in the suit? The safety divers need to be able to react right away and safely egress the subject. So the safety diver's role at that point is to get the subject upright. The test director will give different instructions for the safety divers' procedures based on the severity of the scenario. But for the divers to get in the suit, it actually is super beneficial because you understand how to support the crew members better, having been in the suit yourself. On a regular day here, we are, bottom line, supporting the astronaut spacewalks. If we have astronauts here that are already assigned to a flight, they might actually be practicing the spacewalks that they'll be performing when they fly into space. We can then compare their work in the pool with what they actually end up doing on space, and I love that.
Being a diver for the NBL is a really big job. Do I have what it takes? I asked Emily and Riley if I could experience a dive at the NBL. I should point out, I am a certified diver, but I've never done anything like this. There was a lot of preparation before this dive. Beyond my recreational scuba certification, I had to get permission from the leadership at the NBL. Then I had to get a physical from the JSC clinic doctor, pass a grueling NBL swim test, and take their diver orientation course. With all of that out of the way, I'm ready to go. Riley takes me to the pool deck.
This is the neutral buoyancy lab at the Sonny Carter Training Facility. This diving tank is 102 feet wide by 202 feet long, and it contains 6.2 million gallons of water. It is chlorinated just like your pool at home would be, just on a much larger scale. The water is 86 degrees, and you're able to dive in the pool for up to 5.5 hours a day. But even with that temperature at 86 degrees, most of the divers still wear neoprene wetsuits to fight off the chill.
This dive isn't just for fun. We're setting up for a real EVA training run scheduled for tomorrow.
You're gonna hear a squeak when I pressurize.
First, we set up our scuba gear and leave it for inspection by the dive supervisor. Astronauts will be performing spacewalks to install new solar arrays to power the International Space Station. The solar array requires a large mounting bracket, just like the one we'll be putting together today.
Today we are gonna be setting up a work site, and they're actually working at this work site in space right now. So we're gonna get it ready in the pool so they can come practice in the pool before doing this in space.
Afterwards, can we see the rest of the pool?
Oh yeah, I have a lot I wanna show you, show off our new lunar area and the airlock. It's gonna be great.
I'm really excited.
Let's splash!
When you get your first glimpse underwater, it's a little overwhelming. The pool is immense, and its depth is deceptive. I can see the space station ahead of us, but I don't want to get distracted. I need to concentrate on the work we need to do. The tanks on my back are heavy. Gaining my balance and finding my center of gravity underwater is a challenge. We make our way to the work site and get started piecing together the mounting bracket. I admire how Emily maintains her positioning. I'm definitely struggling with my buoyancy. I find myself drifting upwards, being pulled down. More steps, the assembly of the solar array mounting bracket is complete. Emily takes me on a tour of the pool. We stop atop a module of the space station to watch a pair of divers lower a tool cart to the pool floor using balloons. They move effortlessly despite the heavy cargo. We enter the space station's airlock. It's larger than I had expected from watching spacewalks on TV. While not exactly roomy, it would be a lot tighter if I was wearing a spacesuit. Continuing our tour of the NBL, Emily takes me away from the International Space Station and to the moon, a simulated lunar surface. The regolith is like large, coarse sand. The team researched a special sand that would behave like real lunar soil in the water. Swimming over the simulated moon is exciting, But trying to stand on it in flippers, with heavy tanks on your back? It's not easy. I fell over and my flipper popped off. Leaving the moon, we swim up to one of the station's truss sections and begin traversing it hand over hand, just like the astronauts do during spacewalks. Moving in this orientation feels natural in the water, and I can see why the NBL is the perfect way to train astronauts for the weightlessness of space. Next, we swim along the station's giant robotic arm. For the first time, I realize just how large it is. We wrap up the tour inside one of the truss sections. Then it's time to head back to the surface. I finally have a better understanding of what it's like to be an NBL diver.
I think that what drives me to dive is the fact that you're kind of entering another world. Humans have this inherent barrier to being able to breathe underwater. It's physiologically impossible for us. And so to have this ability to, you gotta strap the equipment on, bring a lot of equipment with you to be able to breathe underwater, kind of feels like you're defying physics. And for me, I just think that's really cool. And I think about it every day I get in the water and leave the surface, about how it should be impossible for me to do this, but the fact that I'm doing this and it's my job, it's a really cool feeling. And I want to keep doing it every day.
It's been an incredible experience to be able to dive here at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab and learn how divers make spacewalk training possible. Thank you to everyone at the Sonny Carter Training Facility for giving us this opportunity. As you can see, NASA is much more than just rocket science. There are so many important jobs here, and an NBL diver is just one of them. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Cosmic Careers.
You're putting on that mod kit. Was it as you expected?
First off, it was really cool. Like, getting hands-on equipment in a simulated space station was just amazing to do.
Yeah.
And you guys make this look so easy. Just
thanks.
Swimming around in the water, you were able to like thread the needle on multiple, cross beams and stuff. And here I am banging into stuff, flipping upside down. I definitely in the lunar area flipped onto my back a couple times, totally unintentionally, just
beetled out.
Yeah, oh no, what am I doing? You guys make this look so easy, and this definitely isn't.
It's the time in the water. That's the only thing that gets you comfortable and just makes it feel a lot more natural. It's just the time in the water, and I feel like this job especially, you just get better as you go. And
you guys spend a lot of time in the water.
We do. I mean, I have 1,900 hours in the pool.
Wow.
But as you were turning bolts and as I showed you step by step, I saw you improve from the very first time you were hands on a bolt to the next time it got more and more intuitive to you. I even saw your buoyancy improve throughout the dive.
So if me or one of our viewers wanted to do this full time, what would it take for them to get to this point?
The best thing would be to start practicing your spatial awareness. As you can see, there's plenty to hit your head on, to get caught on, stuck on. Really focus on becoming spatially aware of everything, above you, below you, around you. Practice with your hand tools. Even just wrenches. That's the simplest tool that you could use just about. And out of the pool, no big deal. In the pool, just a little different. Just a few more added layers of difficulty. So practice with your hand tool.
Subscribe for more space.
This isn't necessarily a checkout. You guys have been here before for our rookies. You get an idea of what today is. But really, the goal is this is your day in life, right? So we want you guys to get experience with all the skills you've learned so far on the ISS side. We did it on purpose so you guys kind of feel the pressure of what it's like to try to stay on time. What you have
flight number 4199 with the wet lights. Those are payload wet lights, and
So Nicole, they want a fairly split up and since they will share gauge pretty well. So I'm working on the connectivity. Okay. We did not finish it. Okay. So we're going to move on.
Sure.
I got a PMC, I gotta go set up. Okay. On overhead 7, we're gonna check that the supply crossover shuttle valve is open.
It is open.
On the lab 1 overhead starboard, need the mirror, right? This is the one where you need the mirror. Yep. You're gonna need a mirror, and you're gonna need a tool here. So. All right. Just let me know when I'm good.
Okay. All right, starting in 3, 2, 1.
And you're still my M2, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, vehicle's looking steady.
And we're already in free drift?
Yep.
Okay. Carriage carriage retracted.
Okay. All right, so we saw the tension, we got retract there, but the brake.
It's negative 0.1. Initiate hot backup. So go back up. So review here, it's hot backup up. Okay.
Leave safe, yeah.
Leave safe message.
Copy. Yeah, so that one happened just right at trigger pull. So we got it snared and captured. So we had capture and close pull. So it's just the carriage hadn't started anything at all. Minimal type input. So add anything. It's both on THC and RHC. Add it a little bit, hold it, see what you see. If you need more slow, coming in slower, you've got a little more time to bring things in slower.
Yeah.
And give you a little better control.
But I will go slower. This next one, it'll be beautiful. That's great. And then Simone Biles, heard she did really well. Yeah. So, yeah. Have you been watching it?
Yeah.
Could have gone cycles are very beautiful, but it would have required much more bigger movements, which I know you don't want.
One pin.
Go for capture.
Confirm down. Over the pin.
Kind of slam pretty quickly so we can close that. For today's ops in the CM, we're going to be doing.
And that is all I have for you guys. Hand it off to you guys. Enjoy.
The timeline, just feel free to call out for the second procedure. So you guys will see an execute note built in.
This is expected enough to relieve. All right, moving on. 2.7. Gently remove this white bladder from.
airlock and the NDM going down. So we are working a forward plan to get an airlock Y jumper installed in this location. When we have the details, we will ask one of you guys to help. Location, node 1 for deck 1. It's in a half TTB number 4022. We did not find any damage. For the training purposes, we did have a few minor things, but we can assume no damage. We copy. Okay, I can give you a report from a SIP 3.7. I don't see any water and
only one? I think so. Only one camera. I can take it.
There's
You can
no
use it. I need to downlink, but you need to go ahead first.
The number of usage is 0.
When we get ready to evacuate into our vehicle, we close the signs of school. Our force actually is at block 6. We have 2 hours.
I think I have the correct ones. I think it's just an IMS thing. Just letting you know about it. I can put it in the crew note within StoTruck.
Okay, yeah, that's great. We concur. You probably have the right serial number, and the barcodes are just a train.
There it is. Cargo beam D71 anchor 1 across both 1.0 CTVs and to the D36 anchor 1.
D30. Oh, yeah. I see here. D36. Oh, but
That's, by the way, is your entire pre-EVA medical check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Your blood pressure, your heart rate's not messed up, and there aren't something wrong with you.
No, but I think we should have everything else.
Awesome. Thank you.
How was the task?
It's actually not bad.
Okay. Removing the valve and then turning it on.
I just removed this guy. And then if you can Tetris the... Let's get this done. Yeah.
Alrighty. Cool.
We're at the end. You already have stuff. I was going to say, I use a flashlight as well.
Good stuff.
Inside the bag? Only 1,000 knots. Yeah. Maybe next time. Thank you.
have it ready and then see.
Okay, so you guys can put it on.
Yeah.
Bring him down.
Sorry, I'm gonna grab these. I can feel it. I felt kind of. He does have room. Well, no, I mean so you can change. Where the cover comes down, he's going to be facing halfway so you can roll up and then you're out back.
What was it? You write that down. You want your lights on that way, this way, this way. Here's right now. Then they always want to change it. Well, I always try to. One for me, one for me.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't be a short. By the time we get the airlock, it's probably going to be close to like 1040. I'd say 1040. That means they're not even like getting really started. Basically, I think jab first time.
No, but it's yeah, I'm kind of like I like to just staying right there.
That one was too dark.
I know you said you were.
That's all right.
If you're having trouble with this, if it's suspect, just ask one of us.
No, we're going to test our 6 and a few less than that. Right now, there are less on orbit, but whenever you guys get up there, expect 6 to 4. Any other questions? All right. So starting positions, we're going to have top and jam. Nicole, it's going to be basically trying to. I expect you guys can at least. You know, as time goes on, there's more and more
There's that thing that's always clear. Has it ever happened before?
Hedge. The switches off.
Okay.
Все. Клапана ДСД настроен, ПРК у нас закрыт, поэтому там еще.
And we are following along in 18.3.
Okay. All USB converters are on USB and USB hatches closed.
Yeah, I think it's more of
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Especially if the leak is very fast.
Yes.
Physically, it will be very difficult for hatch to close in that house. Which hatch?
Anybody ground or like on board just think that like, oh, we're just following through whatever. I thought it was great.
Open as possible.
Open
and
as
just
possible.
Let it all flush out.
That's right, yes.
Not close them. Alright. I'm saying, okay, it hurts, but I can see it's getting clearer.
Okay.
Thank you, let's say.
Okay. Given your medical background, you know, you can have that conversation with the doc, but there are some other.
My concern, I thought we had a conversation back here, and kind of like pushing, I feel like kind of a little bit pushing back on the ground, hey, let's focus on fire.
There's a couple different ways that you can attach it. You can attach to your wrist. I've seen a lot of crew do the ankles. Just make sure it's below the sock or underneath the sock. We have different types of heads too. So
19 PSID as well as 1. So 19, yeah, we should never get that back, right? 19 to 15.
not in a place that that makes sense.
The DCM or no?
No, I'll just tell you guys because it's in like that area.
This will only be a concern during EVA.
What is our feed water pressure on the backside of the water bladders? So we want to make sure that we weren't.
Cool.
Oh, and which I don't think we would ever do actually on orbit, but it also gives us better clearance for an FPS R&R. We have already tilted the EMU at this point, so you can see it kind of bouncing back and forth.
Smaller one, and we're going to have you try to do the first part of a Gamma Seal R&R. This is the trickiest part. What you first have to do is a resin, so it's going to be weaker.
It's not as sharp as...
No, and we used to have brass picks as well. Same theory that the brass would be softer. We don't have those anymore. I think we have an EVA tool that's like a plastic pick. We can see.
On there.
So it doesn't get stuck in the tool whenever you install it.
And now it's...
Is it past the edge line?
No.
Use your fingers to pull it out, because you might get it stuck in the tool. Just use your fingers to pull it. Yeah.
Like, there should be like one more piece.
Yes, so
oh, there.
That's the drive head assembly, and that one has drive gears that actually do have teeth. That is drive gear.
Here.
And that one,
it like matters which way you put it in.
yes, you have to find the tooth on the inside.
Yeah.
Or the key, and interface it with.
And it's stuck on a gamma fitting in the airlock because we used it and couldn't get it out.
Okay.
So
yeah,
there's another one now, but that is one of the downsides as well too.
Wow. So this, yeah, the thick
this is the wrap. It's just like a piece of foam. What is because the hose, MTL hose is not that
It's not
bad.
that thick. No, it's not that
What is that?
This, I would need to, but that's the reason why we are flying up a new hose on the NG-22 here in R&R.
What's the so abrasions caused by friction to something? What's it called?
Seat track, it'll be folded out of the way for the rack rotate. And so kind of how that's done is first T2 snubbers will
The abrasion around
it's closer to the
yeah, you can like in those pictures where you see the Capcom tape and the temp
down punches.
If you have any suggestions on Tesla locations or anything like that for WHC, that stuff.
It's engaged. All right. So if it's engaged, we're going to step number 23. So where we left, it was checkout, and then we did for string P12. We did this with the parentheses, and now we're finished. And okay.
Is that under telemetry and angles?
Well, yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
So this line should say command inhibit arm, and then it should say command inhibit inhibit.
That looks like the right one.
Yeah.
And then you can execute it. You're going to execute.
Okay, everyone agree?
Agree.
Yeah, agree.
Agree. There we go. And then the loss of ISS attitude control warning is latched, so it's not going to go away until we unlatch it.
Right.
All right. Assembly. So hit, there's EPS port sarge. And then there's a BGA recovery box on the area that says primary S6P.
But we don't need to do the commanding unless you really want to hit auto all the way down.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, so then in
got the training value.
critical bus loss.
EPS caution and warning message and alarm. So we have no emergency, so it's going to be a warning. And which one is...
And realize, that's interesting, that this warning doesn't seem to be related, but when you go to this procedure, it'll have you check some stuff out and it'll vector you to where you need to be. So even though it seems like...
Subscribe for more space.
That's awesome.
all day long.
That's funny. Yeah. Cheer and just like get the briefing as a crew, like before our Ascent, and then they'll filter.
Yeah, sure.
But I think that might make her day. That's awesome. Yeah.
Any other questions? Any generic questions? We have a safety topic just for the mock-up.
Yeah, this will be in there. In the UBC city pitch points, in the CM section, just again watch the floor. There's like 45 degrees of never, just to not block your emergency translation time. And
go to forecast. So we had originally chosen a different hatch. We're going to have to change the segments there, that platform area, so kind of in front of node or TMM.
Yeah. On HTB at node 2. Dead. Yeah. We can change it.
Technically, you can use any.
All my discussions were with
If there is anything clear to you, just ask.
We didn't. Traffic was insane. Came on there and they're like, yep.
It's amazing how this toilet unavailable for 50 minutes for visiting the vehicle. That's good. Take a picture.
I was wondering if you had a location for those items.
Attempt to reboot the machine.
Okay, I've acknowledged the message and now we're rebooting the machine.
And I guess you tell us.
And Station Houston on Spacer Ground 2, just standing by for a report.
Okay, Costa, we are now in the procedure 2.1, performing steps 4 and 5, and we already turned on the AGAs, and we are waiting for the values, numbers. Zero 5, step 5.1, checking.
Equal the size of one of the longer ones, and then was able to find everything else in there on PMMS 3. Okay, copy. Last status is the UHA. I already let the crew know, but the UHA equipment I left deployed in the Columbus for the next crew member to use. Heard you coming before you walked in.
Okay, crew, copy. You're looking for battery discard ziplock. Stand by.
That's what we're talking about. Like, there's some location of the ziplocs for this purpose.
For acoustic monitoring had me putting the batteries in the dry trash. The rails had his going into the JSB trash. We taped all the terminals and they are currently in the battery trash.
Anyone else? We'll take whatever feedback. Alright, questions? Here as your mock-up today. We don't have a Dragon capsule that we can put in the water, but just so we have some generic equipment we're going to be looking for. We start with this. Don't do it inside the vehicle, because then everyone's going to be all inflated and be different. I imagine you all have seen them in some form or another. Or hey, you rainfly, think about how you would deploy this. It's just a consideration. Yeah. I was going to say, are you a banana or
There's straps in the middle to help take that centered in. Here.
So this one doesn't have any negative change.
So as long as it firm fits.
Not uncomfortable? Get up here? So just... Alright, so
So darkening conditions, when we go dark, full movement, all stop, a lifeguard whistle, someone yelling lights are all situations. So for crew, we have your helmets. For ABL, our test team staff, hard hat at work, a windy helmet at work. Let me ask you. Yeah. Hey Victor, camera as best as possible. Weight balls.
Headset's not working.
Headset's not working? Okay, cool.
Either way.
Oh, right here. I noticed they're a little forward, yeah. So let's give you one little good shoulder strike. Yeah, that's right in the head.
for comfort.
Okay. All wooded.
Yeah, we started really clearing out.
Knots for you guys have been here before. For our rookies, you get an idea of what today is. But really, the goal is this is your day in life, right? So we want you guys to get experience with all the skills you've learned so far on the ISS side. Get the practice.
Nobody gonna come in and talk about
This is your test. Test number 1. See what you need. Points.
There's like a solid 2/3 chance that the 4 of us will be on station at the same time during it.
So with that, you guys can also talk amongst yourselves on how you want to kick off DPCs. So the ISS are the ones who kick those off. We don't have our Russian colleagues today, so we'll just see before you guys know.
We would like you to instead use the Columbus module SSC-11. On the EVA battery emit, the XTT procedure says to perform station team on station ground 2 for talk and eye time.
Our device times, they are offset with each other.
13.
Maybe Anne's showing a 7:13 now.
that.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks.
On 2 for hand and a battery.
Go on 2.
And we will look into that. Also, copy that the SSD was unplugged from.
You want us there or up here?
We are getting some info here. Give us 1 minute.
Copy.
Big picture.
Houston Station, we are with you on 2. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you guys will go back.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, Houston Station, I was just talking to Commander. If it's all right with you, because Johnny and I were about to work on an RPCM procedure, he and I will do again. I'm just going to clarify the tools list just in case.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'm just gonna. I think I know where it is.
Okay. On the side that we're talking about. Align and insert the 7/16 6-inch wobble.
30 minutes of, or actually I think that'll end up being the last 30 minutes you guys run. Anything specific, especially not specific to the pump module. And then after that, 4. The mean is 3. We're just taking, it's gonna open up the large ORU bag that's gonna be staged there for the cruise.
On a scoop or one on each side.
Use that wire tie to put it down. Take the next bit of slack out.
Starting at P4? Here. Do you want to do it so you know where things are? I can read to you.
Yeah.
And then you can tell me what didn't work and I'll redo it on Tuesday. Wire ties. And then at 8 foot 6 inches, short wire tie. And it should be labeled handrail 272.
Yeah, so 3 to the cable.
Right, so that one that you couldn't read is 264.
I might just relabel all of them.
Okay, I can read them to you. So the first one is a long wire tie, has no label. Think about doing one. And wrap the remaining wire tie around the coils and 3 more twists.
Twist in the start?
No,
Or from the
so
start?
do not include the start wire tie in the half.
I believe.
Give you a straight face.
then we would find a different source. So I don't know if you've watched any of the other EVAs where we've been doing kind of deep res science. So instead of EMU and Orlon and Charge and some of these things, some of it was originally they were just going to do the jump change would be going to be and that's really helpful for us.
Yeah.
And we can, it's not that we're not
Jumper, SVGs,
yeah.
all that fun stuff. Okay. That's a check step. Check the switch bars.
We have an agreement with Ethos that if we're doing non-crewed events, we can run off a Norse tank. Lower on the Norse tanks, they may switch to that solely, and it could be lower. For maintenance, we'll accept down to about 500 psi.
Okay.
And we would have a note in.
Guy looks good. Guy looks good.
GMT 185.
So that's just the next one.
Yeah. Yep.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Okay.
Ground will say. If it was only this activity, we'd probably do a dry out.
Okay.
That is a problem I don't know if we have a solution to yet. We don't run this procedure often.
Yeah.
We did it one time in the past 2 years, I think, that I can remember.
He's gonna come back like, what? How are those going?
If you don't know, wait, nobody knows.
Books. Not necessarily a big reader, but I guess I'll read.
Yeah. She's got, she was like, hey, can I talk to a bunch of my young officers? And I was like, yeah, process up.
Check the bladder QD cap is tethered. One-time use, install the figure below. That's this guy. But they're capped and they're separate. Okay. Alright, so now we can open up the two latches.
Okay, copy. I will go do that. I missed that as well. Thanks.
It didn't work at that time?
No. The aft one did not work.
The forward one did work.
Yeah. Let's see if it works.
And Vapor, we are with you. This one's a little bit softer than the other one, but still.
Alright, open and Velcro restraints.
Yep. And there should be a 1 to assist. Yeah, so just go off your fingers.
Это сейчас актив.
Ну вот голубые. Связаны.
Связаны, они связаны.
Do the opposite. Do the opposite. Yeah, take the old laptop as a new and new as old. Батарея, она отсюда. Ее потом туда и запаковать надо, в мешок.
Usually when we float in, we'll just like count each other's when the other person's not saying that they're counting it.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, you're good? You want DNA visa?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
This one has a sample pump on it.
use dragging and also piecing. So remember, there's many people who are trying to help. The priority is that we show them the banks for each phase for timeline. It's going to be
I've seen people try to open the pulleys and just being
to the module to extinguish fire.
Yeah.
If you guys comfortable.
Daytime the okay, so we put our own start
7 minutes timer.
Black. You told me they were going to go.
And Houston Station 2 region.
This one and this one is not used.
You guys can remove the automatic. And so far she is fine, but she breathes relatively fast, and also her face is a little bit turned.
Okay, copy all, Johnny. We understand. For your awareness, the fire has been extinguished, and we're working to. Our preference is the node 1 forward hatch. If node
Dragon crew, we are performing step 8, and if you guys give us a go, we will go to.
Actuated all the flight ones, so they work for now. But we have also broken ones here on this trainer that would rotate. That has a lot of stiction. This whole thing is clamped together with the left. Do you see that? So you'll need to put your bolt head coming from that same direction. That looks better. Really, all we need is it to be aligned enough to where we can continue driving the bolt. If it's move as it needs to.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. How many turns do we expect?
It's like 2 to 11.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly. And so that's why we're going to continue with the torque wrench. You will also come in here and you'll check for a gap between the spherical. And you can see
This was
flush. Yep. Exactly. This was okay, but any more than that is I see that. Outside. So it'll be hooked like that. So that way we have tethered all 4 cables, in both bundles with one adjustable. And then we're going to put a second adjustable where they'll have time to start routing those iRosa cables while the free float crew gets in position. Okay, I'll float the lever. And then there's actually a soft dock for the caps that we don't have in the pool. So that's actually not make us look good. Any questions on those iRosa cables? All right. Well, that's right struts, and then top you'll be free float, so you can see the side pad and the saw blade. So for this EVA, we'd have the MT CV carts at work size 6, so just barely out. So it's a nice reference marker, you know where to get in the truss. For this, we have 1 crew member in.
I think it's just. It didn't have a hard stop, but I think it's just.
You have the best strategy? Yeah, it's on.
And it's just the other thing that we don't have to do today. Whenever you don those, it's always good to take off any jewelry that you may have, just so that it doesn't damage the.
To do that, what do you need
Okay.
for that?
That's what I was gonna say. I don't think I personally have the time to do that. Oh, 260. What's
If
the
extra crew member can probably. So you know that it's like about to be over, and you feel that, and you're good. Okay, time to pass. Discharged.
All right. And then Phil took like 2 pictures in the ECWS the other day because the schematic and everything is all ITAR and felt bad for him.
Oh, okay.
Dragon Soyuz crew on 2.
Soyuz crew, go for Dragon crew up to you.
Hey, we've got a good safe haven in the SM.
Dragon crew copies. You guys are moving to node 3. We're in node 2 with a good safe haven. We're showing less than 20 parts per million CO. And
Subscribe for more space.